And good morning, traders. Welcome back to my channel, Chandler's Retirement Live. Market's going to open up here in about 2 minutes. And good morning, Dr. Darkroom. Morning, yep. And so I'm trading the Qs today. I'm on let me get to the 1 minute chart. All right. We are having a gap up. Got my green shirt on, my lucky hat on. And so we're looking for some good things. Although if you look at the day, right? You look at the daily chart. Here's the day. The market just moving sideways. Right? Yeah, we're in the upper band of it, but it's still just moving sideways unless we break out of there. So it's Friday. I am green and I want to stay green. So don't know if I'll take a trade today, but I'm looking for like a AAA trade if I'm going to take a trade. Want to make sure that if I do take a trade, the probabilities on my side that I'm going to be successful. I am going to trade the Qs. So we're gapping up. We're looking good. Green shirt. We should stay green. People are calling for a melt up. So I'm going to switch over to my trading chart. 1 minute. There we go. This green is the weekly high. This is just a level. All right. So we got the yesterday's lows, yesterday's highs. I got a couple of levels in here that I've been watching. And so, yeah, we are ready for the market to open. Kind of see what it's going to do. It's going to gap up. I normally look for a pullback to close the gap. But we don't know if that's going to happen, right? Just got to watch. But that's what I always look for. Yeah, we're gapping up right into this, running through this level. So I'm going to watch to see what it wants to do. I'm looking for at some point to go long. If I want to go long, I'd rather have it down here at this level to try to ride it back up. For up here, and I'm looking for a put to try to go down. Although today might be one of those days where, you know what, it opens up and it just keeps going. And if that's the case, what I'm looking for is within the first 15 minutes, which I watch. I want to see that. I want to see it come down a little bit and then just start drifting up. We shall see. Because we got this big gap. Now I've been playing this weekly high. Market comes back, touch that weekly high. I know it wants to stay above it, make a higher high on the week. So I watch that. Just trying to. Okay. I was testing my mic and I hear it working. So we are good. Everything's set. All right, we're right at that level. So I don't know if it acts as support. It's right at the top of it. Oh man, I need to share my chart, don't I? Yeah, that would help. Nobody wants to look at me for, 3 hours. There we go. That's what I'm looking at. All right, making lower lows right now. All right, Mark, and I got the CNBC up on the left, just kind of watching, seeing what's going on in the world, waiting for the next message to come from Elon or Trump. Remind me of my kids. Yep, remind me of my kids. I like Barron's tweet. He kicked out. He said, "Hey, who wants Uncle Elon and my dad to make up and be friends again?" It's like, yep. There's no need. That was a good friendship. No need to break that up. Feelings always get hurt, especially when you're that type of person. And they're both the same. They call them the Titans. Something similar to that. All right, so we're under VWAP. So what I'd like to see is the market just pull all the way back, close the gap, then spend the rest of the day just going straight up. But we shall see. And give the market that 15 minutes that it needs. To establish that range, that 15-minute range. Now, I hardly ever play the 15-minute range. I don't like to break out because a lot of times the market will break out one way or another way, but it'll come right back and or go to the other side. Now you could play that, I guess. Amazon just closed the gap. What is Amazon doing? You could take a look at Amazon since nothing's really going on here. Go to my watch list. Mag 7. Amazon. Yeah, it pulled back. Looks like it's going to come right back up too. And get back on the Qs. Looks like they're making a move up. Yeah, okay, so came back. We're making an equal high. And you ask yourself, is this the low of the day where I should have bought? Because that's what I'm always looking for, right? Especially when the market opens. What's the low of the day? What's the high of the day? And it's easy to trade those. Okay. 40 minutes in. 40 minutes in. It's 9:40. Not 40 minutes in. So if it breaks that, where's it going? Well, the assumption is here. That's yesterday's highs. Also have a level there. So we'll see. Looks like it wants to go there. This is where I worry that any moment that you get a sharp pullback, and everybody that went long is crying. So I have patience. I can wait. Just need one good trade. Thought I was going to get $1,000 setup this week in a dent. I didn't get that set up. Didn't get that trade, though I can't complain. Yeah, I'm not a big player. I think my biggest this week, my biggest trade was $250. I'm just a small player. I just look to make a couple dollars every week. Put money in my retirement fund. Keep buying groceries. And about a minute and a half for the 15-minute is up. Probably can say that the bottom of the 15 is already put in. And we'll move the top one. We'll see where it ends up here in about less than a minute. I'm just looking at my market forecast. Looks like it wants to push up. Like it wants to go higher. All right, about another 30 seconds. So the market pulled back and it came back and it bounced off the lows here. I'd be interested in buying a call. All right, so there's the 15-minute range. I removed that because it's not helping me. 15-minute range. So again, what the market's doing is just trading sideways right now. It's already made its bump up. All right. Looks like it wants to come up here though. See what it does. So this is the first break of the 15-minute ORB breakout range. Take a look at Amazon again. See what it's doing. Oh, look at that. Nice. Probably going to this pivot. 214.66. So we got up to the 15, broke it a little, like it's coming back down now. Let me see. I'm going to put a fib on here. Whoops. If it was to pull back, where would I think it would go? Yep, down to VWAP first. Let's see if it's going to pull back. Doesn't look like it wants to. Just trying to trap some more bears, maybe. Get them believing it's going to pull back, and then we go up higher. I can't dial in on this. There we are, making equal highs. Looking for it to maybe pull back to VWAP right at the 50. I would like it. I would consider buying a call if we came all the way down. All the way back. All the way back, but back down to the lows of the day. Make equal lows. It's always a good place to buy a call. Although I wouldn't trust shorting up here. This market can just turn around and pull straight ahead after it fakes everybody out that it's going down. So I just like to be patient and wait. It's what we get paid for. I'm retired, so I can wait. I get up and do something, come back and check. I could do that. I could focus on other things, constantly watching because I know where I want to buy. I want to buy if it gets down here. So I don't always have to be staring at the screens. Although I'm doing it live, so that's a little different. But it is Friday. Most traders like to start their weekend a little early. That's if you're going somewhere, you're going to do something. If you're young, you're always looking for that. You're always looking for it's the weekend, time to get out, get on the boat, drive around the ocean. If you're by the ocean, have a bunch of people on your boat, party, party, party. You're retired? No, you're just looking to sit back and relax, watch some YouTube. All right, so the market's job is to make a higher high. If they can't make a higher high here, then it's probably going to pull back. And that's usually when I start to look to buy a put. But ain't doing it today on Friday. Not with the market this strong. That's usually how it works. Let's see if it breaks this pivot point, right? Breaks underneath this pivot point and head to VWAP. There we go. All right, hitting VWAP. Although the market's pulling back some, market's still very positive. I would not be shorting this market. Not right now. Not right now. I'll be looking for an entry long. Looking for a place to buy some calls. VWAP's always a good place. Let's see if it does that. A lot of times they'll break right under VWAP. Simply because that's where people put their stops. You know, if you bought it down here, if you bought this candle, all right, so we're coming back down. Said I'll be looking for a call if it comes all the way down here. And we're at the 618, which normally is where I look for reversal. You got 1, 2, 3. Next guy should be a green. You can see them buying. This would have been a good combination if they were able to turn this green. All right, but you see that they bought it. Here's follow through. Got about 10 more seconds. Now they're selling it. At the end of that 1 minute candle, you can see what they're doing. They're selling it. Let's see what this thing does. They bought it, they sold it. Some who say that once it hit this green line, basically it closes the gap because the gap's really here. I like to look at the close. So it has a tendency to do that. You can see the 618. Turned right there, which more times than not, when it retraces back to the 618, usually where the market pauses, slows down, or it turns. So it's breaking this structure. That's a higher low. You got lows, highs, higher low. They're selling it, keeping it underneath this this trend line. Oh, that was sneaky. That was sneaky. Damn dirty rats. Made people think that this thing was going to continue on. And they sold it back right down. Man. Right at the 10 o'clock hour, too. I don't know if there's any news that came out at 10. But that was sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Hey, Nick. Good morning, Nick. Lots of Fed speaking today. Yeah, they're trying to make some money for the weekend, I guess. Yep. Hello to you too, man. Hope you have a good Friday and a good weekend. Looks like it's going to be nice here in Fort Worth. All right, market. What are you trying to fake people out for? All right, so I get my way. It might come back down. But again, it's trading sideways. It's in that 15-minute. right in the middle. Coming right back down to the 618. They're trying to buy that VWAP. Trying hard. So this is that leg up, equal high, double top, whatever you want to call it. And then it starts to pull down. Now we're going back down this side. All right. Hit that trend line. I would like to think it's going to come all the way back down. 100% retracement. But VWAP is pretty strong. VWAP is pretty strong, but it's trying to break it. You know, here's another one where they buy it up and then they sell it. Buy it up, sell it down. Still right on that trend line. Selling it again. The market forecast continues to move down. Still just trending sideways here. Right at VWAP. Give me a second, I'll be right back. That VWAP is pretty strong, ain't it? Keeps coming down to 618. Just trading sideways.
That was because of the surge in immigration from the Biden administration, and everyone predicted all sorts of labor market doom when the president closed the border to protect Americans. But the opposite has happened.
But you can't argue that things are really, really strong and that the Fed needs to cut rates.
Well, you can argue that the economy is normalizing to what it was before before COVID and before the Biden administration's reckless stimulus levels. And if the economy is normalizing, then inflation is normalized, and other things can normalize also.
What else do you see in the data right now? Because it's been a little bit mixed. I mean, I agree. I think it's been more resilient than people thought, given some of the high levels of uncertainty and the sort of weaker consumer confidence numbers. But when you say normalizing, what do you expect for growth for the rest of the year?
Well, there you go, breaking VWAP hard now.
Very precise forecast for growth because we have yet to see exactly how the tax bill shapes up between the reconciliation process between
which is what I'm just waiting on.
To see exactly how the trade deals shape up as they will, I expect, continue to be made in coming weeks. So it's hard to give a precise forecast when the policy details.
So the trend went up. This leg, double top, starts to come down. First attempt, second attempt. Now maybe it comes down all the way, 100% retracement. Or
there is continued concern, Stephen, though,
or at least right there. Now you can look at the market forecast and you can see it pointing down. So we retraced down to the 618, hitting that 50% retracement, 618. We always like it to go lower than the VWAP because that's where everyone's stops are. Everyone thinks VWAP is support. So it comes down and it breaks VWAP and reverses here. But we'll see. I think it's still going to come down some more. Still waiting.
And then on top of that, because of our policies of pushing the supply side of the economy out, creating an economy that produces more with the same amount of goods and services, with the same amount of capital and labor input, more capital accumulation as well, more labor supply, right? Pushing out the supply side brings down inflationary pressures, and that will, in time, bring down interest rates. That'll shave additional $1 trillion plus off of the deficit.
You raise an interesting debate, Chair Myron. That revenue from tariffs on the CBO score, does the administration want that revenue, or do you want the reshoring, which ostensibly would mean you wouldn't need to pay tariffs if you brought production back home?
Well, look, if you bring production back home, you get revenue from the other kinds of taxes. You get revenue from income taxes and capital and corporate taxes. If we succeed in reshoring, and I think that we will, that's an economic boom at home, more jobs, more wages, more investments, more corporate profits, and then that comes in the trade-off here is between different types of revenue, not the idea that we're going to get more revenue in aggregate.
Are you surprised? We got construction spending now negative year on year.
Seems like they're constantly arguing about how to score the tariffs. All right, looks like we're breaking down here. We're making equal low right at VWAP. Look, we hit it one time here, this time, now this time.
It was a real gainer, right? And so, I think that the spending data tend to be a little bit more volatile than the jobs data. That's why people tend to focus on the jobs data so much. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's ultimately some revisions there.
Stephen, to the extent you give advice to the president and the cabinet around, longer-term economic trends, I'm curious as to how you view AI and the impact it conceivably will have in terms of jobs as it takes over certain functions that otherwise were done by humans and can do them more efficiently. And obviously, companies are going to be driving
MKL.
How concerned are you?
Look,
Let's see.
this is an area where
MKL.
economists are not the ones
Wow.
who are able to really
What's
predict
that? Oh,
how a
the Merkle Group.
transformative technology like AI is going to affect society. But what I will say is that we've been surprised.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good time to sell, huh? That was a nice bump up.
There are many thousands of social media strategists, and that didn't exist before social media existed.
I hear you.
What kind of jobs AI
Buy it back when it comes back.
Very often, when new technology comes along, whole new classes of jobs are created that nobody thought existed before. And these predictions about doom for the labor market from technology have been going on for decades or even century and millennia. So let's see.
Well, who disagrees with you on the big beautiful bill now is Elon Musk, and we've been watching this epic feud between Musk and the president play out on social media yesterday. Tesla's rebounding. Is the president serious about canceling some of his federal contracts? And what do you see at stake? This is clearly an issue for the market.
Yeah, so that's not something that I discuss with the president. I discuss the economy and economic policy and not details of particular companies like that. But what I will say about the One Big Beautiful Bill is if it does not pass, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to be the largest tax hike in history, $4 trillion, plunge the economy into recession, many millions of people.
All right, struggling to go any higher.
Chair Myron, thank you for the time today. Appreciate it on jobs and other hot topics. That is the Council of Economic Advisors Chair, Stephen Myron. Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. We will talk much more about the war of words between President
Insurance company.
What it means for the tech community.
Yeah, insurance making money because, man, they be jacking up my insurance rates. Whether it's car, house.
We're going to break down that move. Dow holding some gains here at 522. A big hour's walk of the street continues after this break.
It was like the market just trading in this channel. I'll remove that. That ain't helping me. That ain't helping me. I'll just watch that one. Yeah, yesterday's highs. Yeah, at some point, yeah, it should come all the way up here. I agree. What I was looking for it to do was to come up here, come all the way back, make an equal low, and then head up. But it's not doing that. it's just stopped and it's trading sideways. The question is now, does that continue to come down or do we break out and continue up? I don't like about it is that it pulled back first before it started to consolidate, right? You get that pullback. A lot of people like to think that it's going to break where in the direction that the market was trending, and here it was trending down. Although I think it's a very positive market, so we're going to break out to the top side. So if you believe that, then you buy a call at the bottom.
President Trump is not interested in a call with Tesla CEO Elon Musk in order to try to resolve perhaps.
Yeah, you can see a lot of wicks where they're selling it. Sell, 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 sell. There's some wicks here where they're buying, trying to keep it in this channel. See, we're at the bottom of the channel now. I got the 529 calls loaded up, and I'm just going to paper trade it. Because if I bought it here at the low, which is what I just mentioned, then it will at least come back up to the top.
Specifically, and so there's a lot of room to fall. It fell yesterday. It looks like it's up about 4% today so far. And then SpaceX is heavily relying, obviously, on NASA and federal contracts. And so, on both fronts, Elon's companies really do rely on A, the federal government in terms of contracts and permits and everything else, but B, the perception that Elon is superhuman. That's what really drives a lot of value. And perhaps this is the thing that punctures the veil.
Yeah, his companies touch the government in so many different ways, whether it's Tesla, the need for nationwide autonomous driving standards, and go on from there, and NASA with SpaceX, and on and on. I'm sure Neuralink we're going to talk about,
right,
or XAI, all of them. What does it mean overall for tech? Is there a broader take?
Yeah, it's still right there.
Concern here in terms of perhaps if the president starts to strike back?
No, because ultimately, the reality is if Elon's companies lose, someone else is going to probably win. So
gold started selling off.
Probably on the whole, but I think what it does mean is there was this moment in.
Does that mean the market's going to go back up?
It's like, if we just play our politics right, we'll be able to cozy up whoever's in charge and get all this stuff, and that's not a real strategy, right? You win if you build good companies that sell products and services that consumers want. And yeah, there's regulatory arbitrage that you can always try to do a little bit of, and obviously you want to lobby and everything else. But there was this idea that somehow, if you just sort of play your politics right, everything is great. And that's not how it works.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got you here as well.
Yeah.
I believe an early investor in Circle.
Let's see.
Yesterday, shares continue to surge. I don't know at 100 whether you're a seller or not. Right?
Yeah.
Obviously, a very auspicious debut here.
Yeah, that's nasty.
I've got a 6-month lockup, so I'm not a seller for 6 months either way. Look, it's both. It's pretty incredible.
Gold futures.
And in some ways, I was listening to Chairman Myron's interview with you guys a couple minutes ago about interest rates.
Man.
It's one of those companies that somehow manages to evade all of the different questions surrounding the economy. So, for example, it's totally digital, so tariffs don't make a difference. Because crypto regulation is pretty friendly right now, other pressures that companies face don't really make a difference.
See, we're right at the bottom of this channel.
Don't really get to become big problems for Circle. And so if you were looking for the one company that's sort of immune to all of the political noise and all of the sort of drama and everything else, Circle very well may be it. Now, I'm biased, I'm talking about a book here, I fully acknowledge that, but it really does happen to be the exact right company for the moment.
Yeah, Jim Breyer next hour, biggest individual investor.
We're back down to the 618.
About this as well, but just on Musk, I'm curious what you're hearing in your world, the venture what people are
They're trying to hold it up.
Is Musk thinking, especially the low blow about Epstein? What is he doing?
Yeah. No, because I think the assumption, at least among most venture capitalists, is that Elon kind of operates in his own world for better and for worse, and the choices that he makes often aren't tethered to reality. By the way, sometimes for the better, because sometimes he comes up with ideas like Tesla and SpaceX and Neuralink that no one ever thought was possible and makes them happen. But then other times he behaves in a way that an adult human being never would. And what makes him both fascinating and confounding is you kind of never know with him what's
You're right.
what's logic, what's mania. And so I think
The dollar is, man, I don't know.
But there's no, I don't think the VC world
Sounds like they really want to move away and move towards the some type of digital currency. It kind of makes sense. Although it just seems like it opens up to a lot of fraud. It's all digital. You can't hold nothing. People break into things all the time online.
Circle obviously could not be going better. StubHub has pushed it off for the moment, and I'm not a StubHub insider, so I don't know what they're thinking for your timing. Kodiak's still scheduled via a DSPAC in August. So, yeah, it's better, but I will say, from an investor standpoint, had we not had all this craziness with
Look at that.
tariffs and everything else,
That was a good candle to the upside, and they just sold it right back down. Which gives me the impression that if the bulls don't step in, they're going to push this down. It's okay because I'm looking to buy a call down here.
And then I think the president introduced a lot of uncertainty that wasn't necessary, and so my hope is that that all goes away, so we can just focus on.
Let me go back out here to the 1 hour.
Uncertainty's going to go away. Sure it is. Yeah, all right. That's a good way to end it. Bradley, thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
A lot more on the Trump must fall out later on this hour. With former White House insider and Chief of Staff for Mike Pence, Mark Short, joins us with his take on the feud, how long it might last. Plus, why JP Morgan's top strategist.
How long it might last. I'll make this a little smaller.
He's going to join us here posting up next.
All right, let's go back to the 1 minute. Take that off. All right, about another 2.5 minutes before we hit the bottom of the hour. Maybe that does something. Redraw this line here. Yeah, if we stay under VWAP, that starts becoming resistance instead of support. Definitely think that market would start to move down a little bit more. But again, it's just trading sideways. There's the 15-minute channel. All right in the middle. Don't ditto in the middle. Nasdaq broke the 5-minute uptrend. Yeah. Let me jump to the 5-minute. See what you're talking about. See if it shows it on the QQQ. All right, so there's the 5-minute. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see if this is going to hold.
CNBC.
Broadcom is a mover today under pressure despite better than expected results after a big run up into that earnings print. Guidance roughly in line except for gross margins, with AI revenue up 46% from last year.
I'm trying to buy it right here.
Said AI demand could pick up even more.
Oh, that's
second half of the year.
it's a big buyer came in.
Big rebound for semis. The SNH, that's the ETF that tracks them, on pace for its sixth.
See if they can turn this green.
Meantime, major averages pacing for another week of gains led by tech.
There we go, bottom of the hour.
For the first time since February. Joining us this morning at Post 9, David Kelly's back to the Morgan Asset Management Chief Global Strategist. Some pointing out, David, the jobs number, the unrounded unemployment number has risen every month this year.
Well, that's right. This was a lot softer than the headline suggested. I mean, to me, that's one issue, is that we saw over 600,000 jobs lost according to the household survey. That's very volatile, but that was a negative signal. The other thing is cutting 95,000 out of the prior 2 months.
Yeah, I'd like to see
124,000 jobs.
a quick rejection of that low to get in. And so because it's going really slow, kind of makes me think about it. And that's probably why it's doing it, right? Make all the trader think about it. Do you really want to buy this?
At the moment, I think that it'll be somewhat close to 100,000 jobs as an average going forward. But it could bounce negative. And in general, and even that is, I think the unemployment rate won't go up much because we're seeing some constraints in terms of immigration. But it's just a slower economy. This is a 1.5% economy. This is not a 2% economy.
So Trump's right.
But yeah, this is right where I want to buy. I got the 529 calls loaded up. But I want to see it start to move up. You got the inside bar. Next bar is next candle is the inside to that, which is inside to that. So let's see which way it breaks. Yeah, so it's breaking to the downside.
Two wrongs don't make a right. The Fed has got a responsibility to control inflation. And remember, we've also got this fiscal package, which is stimulated early on. You're going to have a big bounce in the budget deficit in 2026. Which is
Yeah.
Now,
That's why I didn't buy right away.
If it doesn't pass, or more likely,
I'd be crying then. I'd be like, why?
We really need to see, is the rest of Washington, is the other side of Washington going to tone it down in terms of causing inflation for the Fed to actually feel comfortable with?
Still, let's see if this holds.
Well, because so far this century, the economy has grown at a 2% rate. And that has come from 1.5% productivity growth and 0.5% employment growth. The problem is that right now we're seeing not just unauthorized immigration, but we're seeing legal immigration.
Comes another good candle.
Legal immigration fell by 16% in terms of authorized.
And do we get follow through?
And if you take away that extra employment, you don't have any employment growth because you don't have growth in labor force, then you're back to 1.5% economy. That's productivity increases as a result of AI.
There's some follow through.
Well, productivity will long-term increase because of AI, but even there you need to capital spending, and you need to continue innovation. We need to be the leaders in AI. We need to continue to be the leaders in AI. And I think there are. I'm in favor of deregulation to create in some areas. We're trying to speed things along, but there are a lot of things that are causing businesses to hesitate to invest rather than to go full bore ahead in terms of investing right now. Right?
The short-term visibility makes it hard to make those decisions.
Yeah.
David, thanks. Good to see you. David Kelly. We do have a news alert this morning from Treasury. Let's get back to Steve Leeson. Hey, Steve.
Good morning. CNBC has learned that the Treasury Secretary will shortly announce that economist Joe LaGuardia will join the Treasury Secretary as a special counselor. Joe LaGuardia has been a long-time economist on Wall Street, recently at SMBC Nikko Securities, as well as having spent 20 years at Deutsche Bank. In the first Trump administration, he was the chief economist.
See, this is a continuation. Give me another green.
Assistant to the president. Joe will advise the Treasury Secretary on all matters macroeconomic. He will serve as something of an economic spokesperson for the Treasury Secretary. He has been a supporter of the president's policies from very much an analytical point of view and very upbeat on those policies. And maybe Sarah and Carl, that has not been the worst point of view, at least since the bottom in early April.
Yeah, not surprising, but good to see you, Joe. Morning Treasury, thank you. Steve Leisman. Still to come, Goldman Sachs' first take on this morning's better than expected jobs report and the Fed's next move. The chief economist, Jan Hatzius, joins us.
Yeah, turning it green. That's a positive thing. They can keep it green and then get follow through going up.
Look at that stock down 20%. We'll talk about what's driving it when we come back.
Yeah, take it from here first. There she blows. Yeah, I should have got in. Didn't have the kahunas to get in there. Let's see what it does at VWAP. I'd already made my money and got out. That's like the psychology of trading. Yeah, that's what it is. I should have just put in an order for down here and just waited for it to hit it, and I wouldn't have to make a decision. The order will already be there. See a lot of people do that. They'll put an order in someplace. One thing I don't like about that is sometimes it goes right through your order. Rather see this, you get a double, you break that, you get that first pullback. First pullback, that's when I should have got in.
Stocks jumping in some early trade after a better than expected jobs number this morning, even with the revisions. Jan Hatzius joins us this morning, Goldman Sachs chief economist and head of global investment research here at Post 9. Happy Jobs Friday once again.
Thank you. Great to be here.
You did get a little incrementally cautious before the print. Did that get borne out with the revisions, do you think?
Well, what we're forecasting is the 12-month number, so no. But if you look more broadly at the report, I think it was a little bit softer than what the 12-month number would suggest. Downward revisions, and also a softer household survey, an increase in the unemployment rate on an unrounded basis, a big decline in the employment to population ratio. So I think there is, slowing underneath the surface, but it just wasn't very dramatic.
All right, VWAP is something to contend with.
To some degree, I think you do have some, weakness in quits. You do have some updrift in claims. The seasonals make it a little bit hard to know how much of that is
really driven by seasonal adjustment distortions. We've had that issue in the post-pandemic period. We've seen, some weakness in at least the ISM non-manufacturing activity. The employment numbers were better. So I do think that we are seeing some signs of deceleration, but again, it's not dramatic, and there's no sign that the economy is at least entering a recession.
All right, is this giving me another chance to get in?
Payroll, we did see market response. Market still expect 2 cuts this year, but the odds go from 100% to 70 or so and change percent. So
Could be if we break through VWAP.
Yeah, I think directionally it certainly makes sense. I still think that it probably will take quite a while, at least in my baseline, before they bring down rates. The next move, I think, very high probability is down. But I think for now, wait and see is probably the right expectation.
And it looks like it wants to break VWAP.
Until the end of the year, until the December meeting.
Look at that.
To the lower side. So I think the market pricing in more than one cut certainly makes sense.
See if they buy it back down or sell it back down.
Inflation, which seems to be the big question mark about whether we'll get a real meaningful boost of inflation in the second part of the year because of tariffs, and whether it's a one-time thing.
That's right. And I think we will get a significant increase in inflation. We have about 100 basis points of acceleration. But at the same time, I expect this to be a price level effect. And once we've gotten through the tariff-related price increases, I would expect sequential inflation to come back down pretty quickly. But that's what we'll find out a lot more.
So the Fed can look through it, you're saying?
Yes, I think so. But I think you also want to have confidence that that's the right story. This is my expectation, and I think it's a reasonable expectation, but that doesn't mean a certainty that that's what we'll ultimately see.
Meanwhile, Q2.
You 100% retracement right there.
We're at 2.3%, 3.3. So GDP is, badly distorted. It's very difficult to really make.
Right back into that channel, though.
The economy was much stronger in Q1 than the minus 0.2% number would suggest, and I think it's much weaker than a 3 handle in the second quarter would suggest.
Do you anticipate making changes to your recession odds like you were doing in April? That was crazy, right?
And well, it was pretty crazy because you had all these massive changes in tariff policy. So we briefly went to a recession baseline, but then moved back to a non-recession baseline after most of the reciprocal tariffs were paused. We brought the recession probability down since then. We brought it down to 35% after the US-China truce. I think the trend is probably down from here. But there are still some significant risks out there because the tariff uncertainty continues to be very significant. The data, on balance, are definitely reassuring, but we haven't seen meaningful trade deals, really only the UK. There's a risk of renewed escalation with China. We're not building that in as our baseline. Baseline is to stay at 30 percentage points, but there's a lot of uncertainty yet to be resolved.
Well, Jan, I have this vague recollection of your guys, and I've been focused.
So the question is, do we continue on? Do we break through and we go hit target 1? That is surely possible. Did I say surely?
Yeah, we
Don't call me Shirley.
very early, pretty much soon after that QQQ release,
Oh.
1.5 percentage point boost to annual GDP growth over a 10-year.
See if this pivot point is going to act as any resistance. Where I'm making a equal high here.
No, we only boosted our potential GDP growth estimate for that period by about 0.5 percentage point because there are a number of offsets. That 1.5 is sort of a gross number, but once you adjust for the offsets, it's smaller, but nevertheless meaningful. I mean, 0.5 percentage point is significant, and we are tracking adoption. But it continues, and we still feel good about the idea that this is going to be a very meaningful economic force, but macro-wise, the biggest impact is probably still a few years away.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Have a good weekend. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah, nonsense.
Number of big earnings movers lower today. We're going to break down the drop, particularly in Lululemon shares, which are down almost 20% next. Plus, the gloves come off. President Trump and Elon Musk trading blows publicly as their alliance implodes. We're going to talk about the fallout with former Trump administration insider Mark Short. Let's Walk on the Street comes right back.
All right. So that pivot point, which was resistance here, it's acting as resistance here. Can't break through it. It has to pull back. That's what it's doing. So if you ask me how far is it going to pull back, I like to just throw a fib on there. Say at least it's a strong trend up, 38.2 retracement. If not, 50, best play 618. But you see that the trend is down, although we're above VWAP, so it's one of the puzzle pieces. To me, above VWAP and you're positive. And you could see here coming up, resistance, VWAP is resistance, breaks through, retest, support. So we should be able to go higher now.
Lululemon will take strategic price increases to mitigate the impact of tariffs. Now, the guidance cut wasn't that significant, especially if you look relative to some of the other retailers that we've had, just in terms of profits. It's followed Abercrombie & Fitch, Gap, American Eagle withdrew guidance altogether. So we know companies are dealing with that. I think it's the realization of just the slowdown in growth that Lulu has seen, particularly in North America, and its comps. It's just, I mean, remember when this company was comping 15, 20%. So there's been a real loss of momentum, even though the company spoke positively about some of the new releases.
Yeah, really interesting column from the Dollar last night. Still ahead, a lot more on the fallout from the president's feud with Musk, all stemming from Musk's criticism of that. So
break, retest, acts as support now. Let's see if it can break out of these this channel. If you can break out this channel, we can get up there to the 533.05, yesterday's highs. Might take a little back and forth chop before we get there, but yeah, I like to think that we get there for the end of the day. But being in an option, that back and forth, that'll kill the option premiums. So I'm thinking of just possibly
Welcome back. Let's
trying
talk
to
more about this
scalp.
It's a very public one between Musk and Trump. Former allies, friends, fighting on camera and social media as senators weigh the president's tax
Let me see
bill, which
this.
sparked the breakout. Joining us now to discuss is Mark Short, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Mark first served as White House Legislative Affairs Director in the first Trump administration. He's now board chair of Advancing American Freedom. Does this put the bill at risk, Mark?
Sarah, thanks for having me. Look, I don't think it's.
See if I could scalp this and
the House passed it by one vote, 215 to 214.
make $100.
Any sort of water that it takes on is unhelpful. And I think that Elon put a lot of money into the election in 2024, and so if there's a threat that's considered a factor for someone in 26, it doesn't help. Having said that, I still think that ultimately this bill passes. I think the threat of a $4.5 trillion tax increase has always been the driver here and still remains the biggest driver of the bill to compel Republicans to actually pass the extension of tax relief in 2017.
So do you think, Musk has more to lose than Trump? That was sort of the market's first take.
I think that's probably true. I think that's probably true, but I don't think it's helpful for either side. I don't think it's helpful for the party to have this distraction, and this is the president's largest legislative vehicle for this year, and really the only legislative vehicle for this year. And so having this battle play out right now is certainly not productive or helpful to the cause.
No, it's helping Democrats. They're practically celebrating.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is. I think that I don't see that Elon's going to switch parties. I think, as much of what drove Elon was kind of a more libertarian concern about where the previous administration had gone, and also on social issues like the trans issues. And so I think that I don't think that's going to change. But certainly, if his money is withheld from Republicans, that's a big change in 2026. But again, ultimately, I think that Republicans know that a $4.5 trillion tax increase on the American people is not what they want to see happen, and they'll come together to actually get this done. Now, I think that some of these deadlines are pretty artificial, and so the notion we'll get this done by July 4th, I think, Sarah, in many cases, is really driven because I think there's more anxiety on Capitol Hill for Republicans about this trade agenda and concerns in the second half of the year that this trade agenda of the president is going to have negative impacts on the economy, and therefore they want to get this bill done sooner. But if it misses the July 4th deadline, it's not like it's the end of the world. They really have until the end of the year to complete this, and I think ultimately they will.
So if you're giving advice to either side, to Trump or Musk, what would it be, Mark, in terms of this current view? Given neither one of them back down, and they both can be quite vindictive.
Well, David, I think at the end of the day, look, I don't think it surprises anybody as to where it ended up. I think the escalation and the Godzilla versus King Kong feud certainly, I think, surprised people from just 2 days ago being given the key to the White House and now saying they take away all government contracts, and a couple of days ago saying he's the greatest president ever that's supporting impeachment. That's a pretty dramatic escalation. It is. But I think at the end of the day, it's probably best that they both put their phones down and stop tweeting at each other. I think that's probably what's best for the cause here.
Is there precedent for the president to look past this kind of quote-unquote disloyalty?
It doesn't seem so. I mean, I think that the president does like to have sort of made for TV moments, and so I think he likes to have reunions. But I think that when he's, separated from previous people in the first administration, whether or not that was Jeff Sessions or Bill Barr or Mattis, I think that these things usually just continue on, and so it's probably not much pathway to reunification here. But again, I think that as long as there's not the continued feuding, we can still get this bill done.
Yeah, he's more likely to pull their Secret Service protection. And,
All right, let's see what happens now.
The money from Musk, the Republican Party, in terms of even congressional races and sort of across the board, because Musk was pointing to it in some of the tweets yesterday.
Look, I think it's important. I do think that some of this is exaggerated because I think most Americans, where that money usually goes is into paid commercials. And the reality is that evidence shows fewer and fewer Americans actually look at those paid TV commercials. There is money that
Again, we're just trading in this channel right now. We did break it to the downside. So you would think the next thing we'd do is break it to the upside and expand the range.
He does also control a pretty powerful platform as well.
L and X. I mean,
Yeah,
it's absolutely gotten also. Absolutely.
But there's, I mean, it's beyond credits, right? For most businesses, he needs regulation as he's about to roll out his self-driving robo-taxis and compete with Waymo. His company is the only U.S. space firm that's regularly transporting astronauts to the International Space Station, and there are a lot of issues here that it could affect Musk's business and plans.
I mean, it goes beyond the economy, sir. It's also a national security issue. Obviously, with space and exploration.
So I think VWAP would be another place
I mean, it is
to find some support. All right. Support. Maybe we come back, hit it again, just a little bit below, but it'd be support.
Yesterday, I saw him say that, go ahead and keep in the bill the elimination of the subsidies, which I think is great. I think
It's also be the bottom of this the channel.
elimination of the subsidies across the board. And I think that Elon's done a really effective job of pointing out waste in government spending. I think it's been a service. But again, ultimately, I think he's wrong on not wanting to get this bill passed because I'm not so sure, honestly, guys, how much growth there is in the bill. I think in 2017, the lowered book rates from 35 to 21.
Come on, come down some more.
Huge impact. What we're talking about now is more or less just extending that same tax relief. I know there's some full expensing. I think that's exactly what that impact is me. But if you don't pass it, and you actually have $4.5 trillion in additional taxes, I think that would have a huge negative impact on the economy.
Are you surprised, Mark, that the Doge?
See, it came back 50%.
$1 billion. I mean, if I had thrown that number at you 3 months ago, I mean,
I like the 618.
The hopes were much more aspirational.
No, actually, Carl, I think when I was on with you guys a few months ago, I always said that it's good to expose these cuts, but the executive branch can't do that on its own because
There you go.
Then a future Democrat administration should come and say, you know what, I'm just going to unilaterally decide we're not going to fund Customs and Border Patrol. So we always need this legislated, and that was always going to be a problem because Washington doesn't like to cut spending. And the real drivers of our deficits are entitlements, and nobody's really talking about that. But the White House put forward a $9 billion number just as a test because, honestly, I think they're looking to set up a battle in the second half of this year on the Common App.
They're battling it out right here. Both sellers and buyers.
I think it's setting up a much bigger legal battle in the second half.
618 looking stronger now. Look at them wicks, both sides.
So for them, if the $9 billion package doesn't go forward, it helps build their case to say,
Okay.
Congress can never do that. That's why we need to empower them.
Right at VWAP again.
Well, we'll talk to you between now and then at that pizza. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you joining us on this big story, Mark Short.
As we wrap up the hour, check out shares of a newly listed Circle, surging, as you know, in their debut yesterday, adding another 20% today. Early investor and largest outside individual shareholder Jim Breyer, who was at the
All right. Are you going to break VWAP?
Continues out with us.
All right, we're right on it. All right, that's a undecided bar. Trying to fight it out, both sides. Who's going to win? You got to wait to the second half of the 1 minute candle, another 10 seconds. Kind of see how this is going to play out. Oh, that's a good candle, though. And here we go. 30 seconds. Yeah. Oh. But do they buy this right back down? It did what I wanted it to do, but man, I did not get in. So I didn't want to chase that. Sometimes they buy it right back down. But I'm still interested. See the second half of this 1 minute if they and look at that, they sold it right back down. Now, do they buy it right back up? Can they do that? Right at VWAP.
Now, and make it count.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Sam Rising, live at Post 9.
All right, second half of the 1 minute. Look at that. Talk about undecisive. Yeah. What are you doing, market? Who's going to win this battle? I think they're going to push this thing higher. That is just so interesting. Awesome, Nick. They're hitting all-time highs. Awesome. Yeah. And I remember a time when everybody was freaking out because the market was going down. It's like, just look what the market's creating. Right? Now that's amazing. Like wants a break to the upside. See if they buy this down or we get continuation. Another 20 seconds. Wow, there it goes. I mean, should have known. Look at all the wicks. They bought it up. They bought it up. They bought it up. They bought this up. All the sellers are still there. But you know, buyers are always stronger. Look at that. Look at that. And that's exactly what I miss. Yep. Remember I said I was paper trading it? Yeah, I was going to try to scalp it. I'd be out already, but even without the scalp, almost a 200% gain. Hmm. But man, that's a scary candle right there. Change that to green because it's the high. Yeah. What is what what does that pattern look like, right? Let's go to the 5 minute. We'll jump to the 30 minute real quick. Still trading in this channel, right? Just trading sideways. Just that you're on the top of the channel, probably look for a put. Bottom of the channel, look for a call. Don't ditto in the middle. That's the problem. Yeah, don't want to break out or break down. That's why I was looking to try to just scalp. Make $100. That you could probably get. All right, let's see if it just pulls back to the 618. Oh, they're pushing it down. They're pushing it right back down to VWAP, right? Where all this happened. Taking back that whole move. That's why I said, you know what? If I get into a trade, I'm going to look to just scout. Just take very little. Because, man, this thing turns, reverses real quick. So the question you ask is, so is this the high for the day? Well, it's equal highs, right? Double top, equal highs. You can go from here to here, high to low, saying, hey, got to come back to here, 618. But maybe we come up here one more time and make an equal high here. All right, let's see if it can't pull back up from here. Although you see the sellers there. Where are them buyers? Push this up. High. Higher high. Come on. Come on, let's push it up. Let's go. Struggling buyers or sellers right there. Fridays, you usually get a big move one direction or the other. And it's really been just staying stuck in this range. So let's see what it wants to do. Look at that 1, 2, 3, and then that's a big red candle that takes all of that whole move. See how it broke the 15-minute to the downside? Comes up, breaks the 15-minute to the upside, and right back in the middle. It's exactly where we're at, right on VWAP. That's your average volume. All right, we're right at the 618. All right, from here to here, this move, we retraced 61.8%. He wants to come all the way back down 100%. So where I was looking to buy before, but got scared, couldn't do it. It's giving me another chance. I broke right through that. There's the first target. I don't know. Maybe it's looking to close its gap. Although this would be a good place to try to scalp a couple of points. It gets going back up. But it looks like it wants to go lower. Yep, lower. And so now I'm looking at if it does pull back up, I'm looking for it to come to VWAP and come back down again. I mean, the NQ is right on VWAP. The ES is broken VWAP. The YM has broken its VWAP. I just said some negative things about the market. But fill in the gap, that's normal. Although fill in the gap at this part of the day is not normal. I do want to see it come down and hit that target one. Let me see. It's a good reversal. Yeah, we're hitting the 50%. See if it can't break through there, get to at least the 618. Yeah, it looks like it wants to at least touch the 618. Yep. Had a couple good scalps. I just didn't take it. But coming to the bottom of the hour again, 11:30. So that was a good move up here. Let's see what it does from here. I do think that this wants to come back up higher. All right, over the 30-second. What's the candle going to do? Pull back or push up? We'll see it in the last 15 seconds. Okay, here we go. See what it wants to do. All right. We're past the 11:30 mark. Just watching this so intensely. I'm like, oh my God. And you see where VWAP is, the 618. So that could be resistance. All right, so I'm looking at possibly taking a trade right here. If this sets up, I shall try it. Stays green. See if this works out. About 20 more seconds. Yeah, I need it to be green and then get follow through. So it's green. Do we get follow through? Waiting for the second half of this 1 minute candle. All right, second half. Pulling it down though. They're buying it up. All right, didn't give me a signal right there. Oops, sorry about that. That's a 1. It's inside candle to this. This is the inside candle to this, so it's coiling up, getting ready to pop one direction or another. Looks more to the downside than to the upside, but it could always be the fake out before the breakout. Maybe not. Yeah, I really thought that, yeah, we could still get that push. Still not giving up on that. There you go. Still not giving up. All right, second half of this candle. They're just buying it down, though, or they're selling it down, I should say. Yeah. Just keeps taking away my setup. See, it came back to the 50. But they just keep selling it. Sell, sell. Another 20 seconds. Let's see what this next candle brings us. Although it's a higher, this is a higher high than this. Though this was a 1, this is a higher. It's breaking up to the top side. Yep, and there goes the next one. There it is. And I missed it. I should have got it here. But look, there's still a lot of sellers there. They're making it hard. Chop, chop. All right, so what I'll look to see is you get a red candle. Stay within this body. Well, and if you get a green, it's positive, right? Although I wanted a red to pull back some more. But see, now they're settling it down. Now they're selling it. That's a fake out. 2 seconds. Now that's not a good candle. Not if you want it to go up. Or that could be a fake out. That's all they're doing is faking people out, making it harder for you to trade. There you go. Equal high, higher high, high. I think we break out, and at some point we're gonna come up here again. I'm just watching. All right. It makes it real hard. So the ES is under VWAP, YM's under VWAP, the NQ, yeah, we're over VWAP. So it's positive. Although the Qs are under its VWAP. It's okay. Yep, so I'd like to get in here. I'm going to wait until the last half of this 1 minute candle though. And I can see if I can buy it at the bid. I see it pushing down. Kind of why I wait. Try. All right, I didn't get it. They trying to fake me out. See the sellers right there. Let me try. Okay. I am in a trade. You can see my stop. And there's my sell. And if you look up to the left, that's the P&L. So I'm looking for it to come up, at least touch VWAP. If it comes up to VWAP, I'll probably move my my sell water down and get out at that point. If it can get up to VWAP, I think so. I think it can go higher. VWAP is right at that 618 though. I just need to bust through here though. Just needed to come through there. Looks like it wants to. Just need some strong buyers to push it up. All right, come on, let's make a higher high. Give me another 2. Buy more Broadcom. Well, I think the market is posed to go higher throughout the year. So yeah, and that's your long term. And so I would say, yep. I didn't look at Broadcom to see where it is, but yeah, if you're averaging in. All right, so we're coming up to VWAP. If it's going to break through this, I want to see it slice right through it. Can you give me a slice? Just slice right through there. There we go. I said slice through it. Don't stop. Don't stop. Keep going through it. Keep going through it. Keep going through it. You almost got me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh. Yeah, I still see some more energy. Still see a little more energy. Maybe it could push it up and hit me. About another 30 seconds. Come on. I don't want to pull it down yet. I think you can do it. There you go. Come on. I see it. I see you. I see you. Come on. There we go. There you go. I just got out. I didn't like this this candle right at VWAP, although look what it's doing now. And there's yeah, I made $110. Remember I was saying that I was just trying to scalp, trying to get a couple of dollars. Well, I could have got a couple more if I waited. But that candle did scare me right at VWAP. And it's okay. Cannot complain about making $110. Awesome. That's Chandler's retirement life. Yes, I was recording that for do another video. Yeah, look at it keep going higher, man. All right, hurry up and download there. Just trying to download that trade. All right, so I I don't always make a ton of money, but made $100. Keeps me really green for this week. Think I'm like at $700 for the week. So not a lot of money, but $700 when your retirement, that goes a long ways. And I'm not trading with a prop firm. This is my own account, my own money. I don't have to request the payout. Beg for my own money. Nope. I could take this money as soon as I want it. Sorry about that. Yeah, look at the market continue to move up. So we break VWAP, break, and we come back and retest it maybe. All right, so it's coming back to VWAP. That might, I still think the market's going to um, go up higher. I think Nick was saying he believed it was going to go up to retest yesterday's highs. I could probably agree with that. I don't see why it wouldn't. Yeah, so when I trade, I'm trading either 5 contracts or 10 contracts. I like trading 10 contracts simply because you trade 10 contracts, you don't have far to go to make some money. And so today being Friday, and I've been green, and I didn't want to make a mistake and give back some money. Yeah, I just went back down and just traded 5 contracts. But still, 5 contracts is good, right? 5 contracts, moved a little bit, made $100. That's a dinner out for me and the wife, or a dinner in. Either or. Oh, it's coming back now. Yeah, I don't like the fact that it pulled below VWAP again. Get rid of that. But yeah, let's look at the 4-hour. We're making higher highs on the 4-hour. Still, if you go to the day, you can see it's been trading sideways. Yep. It expands the range, comes back, expands the range again. Just at the top. I do think this whole thing wants to go higher. Maybe not today. But I do think it wants to go higher. All right, that's the 1 minute. Coming back up on VWAP again. So let's see if this is going to be resistance and then pull back again. So that was a nice move right here. That was a nice leg up. But I thought it would just come back to VWAP and then continue on. Got a deeper pullback. And get rid of this VIP. Well, let's see where that first target is. Yeah, first target is above the high, above yesterday's high. All right, just got to keep that in mind. It broke that leg, that structure it broke. So now the market's job is to make a higher high here. And if it can't, then we're going to pull back some. Yeah. All right. See what it's going to do right here. And we're right on the VWAP, double bottom or double top, equal highs, I mean, right under VWAP. Looks like it's going to break out and come up here, though. At least that's what the market forecast is indicating. As we look at this this candle, that could change at any time. It could change, right? Yeah, I agree, Nick. Well, I like to see it at least get up there. I mean, it's just struggling, trading sideways. That's why we tried to buy the bottom, scalp a couple of dollars. That's what I saw. It's the only thing I could think of doing. Because it's just chopping. It goes up, comes down. Let's see what it does right here at VWAP. Maybe I could find another scalp and try to get another $100. There's nothing wrong with that. $100 into the retirement fund. But yeah, there's just no movement here. Trading sideways right under VWAP right now. Yeah, just trading sideways right now. I think it's gonna pop up to the upside. That's what it looks like. There you go. There's that push. There's the push higher. Well, that's at least a fake push. Look like it's gonna go. Yeah, it is. Well, it's been tough trading the whole day. I'm constantly second guessing myself on what the market wants to do. And it is tricky Friday. That's nice. Nice move there. But right to resistance. Still look like it's going to go higher. Market forecast is still pointing in that direction. Yeah, still got resistance right there. From one resistance to the next. Still think it's going to break, though. Looks like it. That's a pullback. Man. Can't go higher. It's got to go lower first, right? Right back to where we were. Right back to where we were. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that it did hold above VWAP. I mean, you can see here where it was VWAP was a resistance and broke through. Man, it didn't even act as support. Came right through. Yep. I mean, still think it wants to move up. Just got to get the buyers to come in and push it. I think it's like Nick said, there's a lot of sellers all along the way. Keep pushing it back. So let's take a look at the statistics. Let's see. More puts are being bought than calls. At this point, let's see, it's 12 o'clock. What are they buying? 12 o'clock. The 5:30 puts. By 31 calls. 5:30, 5:31. That's not very much space. I'm going to do this. And 5:30. I'll just make that another color. Just to see if they keep the market within this range. Sometimes that happens. At least until till the end of the day, closer to the end of the day. All right, let's see what happens. Now that in no way does that that gives me any type of bias, right? That's just a line in the sand, just to see how that plays out. That's all. So for those that just joining, I did make one trade. P&L is always up to the left top. This is Thinkorswims. It's always up to the left top. 110, 110. Wish that was 110,000, but it's not. It's only $110. But I'm happy to walk away with $110. That's better than finishing the week red. So I'll finish the week green and just start another week next week. All right, so this week, this should be a resistance right here, or support, I should say. But it looks like it might want to break through this. Yeah. Hmm. It's holding at 530. See if the buyers can keep it above that. Yeah, it's like a good place to buy. That's a good candle. Got follow through. Let's see what happens at the end of this candle. All right. A little red, maybe turn green. Yeah, they got to buy this up. Still a 1. They got to buy it up, though. Yeah, it's never good. No. All right. Come down here to the next support, the 529.50. Now, that's a nice candle as long as you can get some follow through, which I think you just might get. Just might get that follow through we need. Remember, I said I need to stay above the 530. Come on. Come on, market. Get up there. Let's break this trend line and start moving up now. Okay, so that was good candle. You got a higher candle. You got a candle that broke to the top and the bottom. That's still good. Good to me. Somebody's buying it up. They just got to push it up. That just means not yet. Not yet. Come on. It's trying. Just means it's Friday and most traders are doing something else. It's gonna make a move upwards. At some point, it's gonna go. Yeah, it's gonna go and it's gonna be sustained. It's gonna make it. At least it looks like it's going to trade. It's going to consolidate, right? Trade sideways here for a second. But the question is, does it continue to fall downwards, or does it reverse and come back up? Hmm. I would like to think it's going to move back up here. But what do I know? Uh, all right. Let's see. Let's see if you can do it. The market forecast is turning good. And there we go. Get above that 530. Yeah, it's struggling. See them sellers right there. Just keep pushing it down. You're right, Nick. That thing is choppy. Still think at some moment we're going to get a big, or I should say bigger swing either up or down. It's just going to come. But that's where I'll look to take the reversal trade. So if you look at today's trading, look, it's just trading sideways. Right? This is the place to buy a call. This is the place to buy a put. It's Friday. See what it wants to do. I was hoping that it would use the 2950, this red line, to kind of bounce off and come back up like it did here, like it did here, like it did here, like it did here. You know, this could be what a higher low. No, because that's a lower low. Lower low, high, yeah. Nope, I can't make that up. Try to tell myself that it's going to go higher, but all right, we're sitting right at the support. All right, market. Don't make no big moves. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Man, it just keeps trying to fake you out, don't it? Eat a little peanuts. Lunchtime. All right. Is this the start? Is this the start of the movement upward? Yeah, for those that are just joining me, thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Yeah, so what I use for indicator is market forecast. Really helps me out more than anything else I've tried over the years. And you could see the market just trending sideways. I did take one trade. I trade options, 0 DTE, those options that expired daily. And up here, the left, it's my P&L for the day. I don't make a lot of money, but I do make money. And that's the goal. You can end the week green, even by $5. If you're green, you're green. Not that I only made $5 this week. Nope, made a little bit more than that. But if you're a trader and you're struggling, I know that feeling. Especially if you're a day trader. It's like everything is pinned against you. The way the market moves, slippage, you name it. You're trading with a prop firm, just the same thing. I know a lot of people like the prop firm because they give you a lot of money and it only costs you a little bit to get that. To me, that's like putting money in a game, right? And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that because that's where you need to learn. The problem is, though, because they give you like $50,000 simulated money, and it's simulated. And if you blow that account, it's only like $100, 150, something like that. You tend to take too many chances because it's not real money. Now, when you trade your own account, like I'm trading my own account, right? This is my own account, my own retirement money. Very cautious about the trades that I take. I want the right setup. I can be patient and wait all day. I can be patient and even not make a trade. It's okay. Because losing money is better than taking a trade, or making money is better than making a trade and losing something, right? Now, when you're in a prop firm, that you kind of constantly buy or sell. Why? Because you can, and it's not real money. Although you blow that account, it's going to cost you another $100, $150 to get a reset, another one to get another reset, and another reset, and then you got your monthly fee that you have to pay to keep that. Next thing you know, you're down $1,000. The prop firms are there because they make money. That's just one way they make money, right? That's one way that they filter out those people that know what they're doing and those people that just come to play. And there's a lot of people that come to play thinking they know what they're doing, and then boom, they don't. A lot of people that come in, they'll try to promote prop firms, and they've always told me, hey, somebody's going to promote them and make money, so it might as well be me. It's like, yeah, but you're telling somebody that shouldn't be trading a prop firm to go trade a prop firm because it's better for them. I'm like, you could go on Thinkorswim, which is owned by Schwab now, and they have your on demand, and you could trade any day you want. You on demand, it's simulation. They give you $100,000, and you could trade any day, and it's not going to cost you anything. It's free, and you do that to learn. You do that to back test. That's a better way. I like to see new traders kind of do that, right? Just get a Thinkorswim account and use the on-demand and just trade any day you want. I usually go back 1 year. But on the weekends, I'll go back and I'll trade the whole next week because you can make it go 3 times as fast. So I could trade last year's date, Not to say that that's how the following day is going to be, but you sharpen your skills. Well, that's a better way to do it than through a prop firm or futures. Futures really move. They move fast. You got to know what you're doing. I know a lot of people say you're wasting your time with uh, zero DTE options. That might be true for some. For me, no. It's what I'd rather do. We know you should have a long-term portfolio of those stocks that you like the Mag 7 that you hold for long-term. Me, I'm 66. So I'm retired, and my long-term is short-term now. Yeah, I'm not going to live forever. Try to spend that money. All right, the market's breaking through here. Can it break through? So it's a Friday afternoon. Most traders are on their boat down in Florida. Or is it raining down there? Down in Florida on their boat, music blasting, drinking whatever they drink, having fun. It's only us small retailers that stay around here to the end. All right, it didn't break that trend line. So that's the market today. So if you ask me what is the market going to do, I have no idea. Although we're coming up on the 1 o'clock. Coming up on 1 o'clock. I don't think there's any news at 1. So most days I do trade the market. I don't go live all the time. But I do trade most days. I trade options, 0 DT, and I do capture my trades and I post them. If you ever want to look at them, check out my channel, Chandler's Retirement Live. It's a good live. Good live. Check it out. If you like what you see, like and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe. At least to watch the videos. You don't have to sit here and watch the whole day's trading. You could just capture the most important moment, and it's usually when somebody trades. That's always fun. Just to watch. I usually explain why I get into a trade, why I get out of a trade. Most of the time, I end up pulling down my sell order just because I believe never let a green trade turn red. I usually try to capture at least 50 cents on a move with 10 contracts. That's like $500. That's that's usually my trade. Yeah, market's pulling down. My risk is usually a quarter, right? 0.25. Because if I'm wrong, I want to get out of it as soon as I can. But I seem to be homing in on making a whole lot better trades, being more patient, focusing on the market action, and taking a trade only when I think that the probability of it going up is on my side. Now this green line down here, that's the weekly high. That's what I played yesterday. Caught one of these moves as it touched. Caught one of these moves up. Those are always nice. But it's weird that the market did that yesterday. Let me go back over there. All right, come down. That's a freaky pattern. I don't know what you call it. But I did catch one of these. Might have been this one that I caught. All right, so it's come down. Looked like it might have hit support. That number or this is from the highs here, right from yesterday's. That's what it's hitting. Now, some people will say, Now, would you consider that closing the gap? I don't know. I always look for it to come back to the open, the previous day's open. Not to say I'm right or wrong. It's what I always like to see. All right, so let's see if we pull up here and break this trend line. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Get a little red right here. Don't break the previous candle. That is to the downside. Stay above. That's about a 50% retracement. Got about 30 seconds left on this candle. Yeah, it's turning green. Now the follow through. Let's see if we get it. All right, about 3 seconds left. It did turn green. Come on, break it. We need one of them real strong candles that go straight up. There you go. There she blows. All right, as it's moving up. So, what pattern do you start to see forming? All right, let's see if we get follow through after this candle. About 30 seconds left. Staying up above the low. There we go. We're making a higher high. My whole concern, it's a Friday, and at any time, this market can just drop. Just drop 3 points. Just go straight down. They just rattle them options. All right, market, come on. We're burning daylight. Burning daylight. They say this weekend we're going to get a lot of heat here in northern Texas. It's going to warm up. Yeah, it's just struggling here. I mean, the later and later we get, people going home. All right, market. It's past 1 o'clock. So I'm just waiting to see a big move one way or another. Big move up or down. Instead of this sideways thing. Although it looked like the big movement is going to be down. Kind of looking like what it's going to do, right? So if you look, you got the trading sideways above here. Then we move down and we start to trade sideways at another channel lower. That's one clue. That is one clue. But, uh-oh, there's a spark. It's a spark. But I'm slowly giving up hope that it's going to push up and touch yesterday's highs. It's only 1 o'clock. Another 3 hours left in the trading today. Three hours, a lot of time, right? 2, 3, 4. Yeah, where are all them traders? Where are all them buyers? Last couple of swigs of coffee. Oh, look at that. Going down some more. Yep. Worse than watching paint dry on a Friday. You just kind of think that it's going to go up. But I wouldn't be betting on it. So this is the leg, right? This is the leg down. Let me throw a fib on here because I'm starting to see some movement. So this is the leg down. Come back. It's hit the 38.2 retracement. And I say if it hits that and it bounces off, that's just a strong trend. So let's come back down some more. So it's got to break that. At least come up to the 618. So right now, that's what's going to be resistance, right? 38.2 retracement, as well as, look, it was or support. We broke through it here. Support, support, support. Now it could be resistance. It was resistance here, resistance here, resistance here. It could be resistance again. That's what I mean about when you look at this and you're looking for the best probability, right? That's a good move up. But does it die out right here? All right, 1 minute. Got to answer this phone. Okay. Yeah, see, it's hitting resistance right there. So even if you thought, okay, yeah, perfect, this is a great time, real estate wise, unless you're 100% sure it's going to break, and I do think it's going to break, and it is breaking, and the market forecast is pointing in that direction that we're going there. But see, it's still stuck there. That's why you got to wait, because these are 1 minute candles. You got to wait for the last 30 seconds in which to decide whether you're going to buy or not, because they made it look like it was going to break out and they just pulled it back. Now maybe they break out now. Still, everything is pointing that it's going to go up. It's going to break this. Let's see. Here you go. There you go. And it broke this resistance. Broke this. If it can keep going up, get to the 618, we'll be clear for takeoff. Let me look at the stats right away, or real quick, I should say. All right, so puts, more puts than calls. There's more puts than calls. All right, look at that. There we go. That's a nice move. Now on to the 618. Can we break that? Can we get above that? Can we break VWAP? There's just constant resistance. Here at the 618. It's 1, 2, 3. You would think you're going to get a red candle next. Let's see if that's what happens, or we get continuation. There's that red candle. I like to see it just, don't break the bottom of the previous candle. Stay right there. Stay a 1, or you could do a 2 up. You could turn green, that's okay. But it's an inside candle there. And then we're going to get follow through. But you got the VWAP right there. So VWAP could be resistance. But it's still looking good. Looking good for the home team. Here we go. Break through that. coming up to VWAP. I like to see it just cut through VWAP though. When it comes up there and it hits it and it pauses, there's always a tendency for it to pull back a little bit. So I just want to see this candle go spike right through it. As what's his name? I can't think of his name. He calls it the big boner candle. Patrick. Yeah, that's it. Patrick. The big boner candle right through VWAP. Okay, we could do a red, stay above the low of the previous candle. That's good. As you can see, this was resistance, resistance, resistance all along here. Support, resistance. Now it's acting as resistance again. But I think well, I'm looking at it now. I don't know if it's going to break through that or not. Or as it was coming up, I said the big problem was VWAP. If you can't punch through VWAP, then it usually pulls back for a second. Doesn't mean we won't, just means you're going to pull back, get some steam, drink a little coffee. And then get going again. If it can. All right, remove that. That ain't helping me no more. All right, so 1, 2, 3, and then we expect to see a green. A green candle maybe take us back up. And we're coming to the bottom of the hour, about another 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and we'll be at 1:30. Don't know what happens at 1:30, but it's 1:30. All right, there you go. 1, 2, 3, and now we get a little green. Can we get more green? Can we get a stronger green? You can see them selling that. All right, another 10 seconds, and then we'll see if we get continuation to the upside, or we're going back down to the red to the 29.50. So hopefully, if anyone caught this move up, they're in a trade. They took profits at the VWAP. I always believe, you know what, you could take profits and then reload and come back in again. All right, so just the holding pattern right there till it decides what it wants to do. Still right there in that holding pattern. Right at the 618. See if it can't get back up to VWAP. But once it gets to VWAP, it might just reverse again. Or if it could slice right through it, then you know it's going up higher. All right, here comes the push up. And do we get follow through? Follow through and push it right through. One big boner candle, as Patrick Wheeler always says. There we go. Getting closer, getting closer. Come on. It has to push right through, though. We don't want you just to kiss it. We want you to penetrate it, go right through it. There we go. Give us some signs that you want to break through that. So there we go. Next candle. Next candle's going to go. Come on. See if they can buy this back up. You got to wait the whole 30 seconds first. Because they can easily turn this green. All right, here's the second half of that 1 minute candle. See what it wants to do. Struggling right there, another 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Go right through it now. Go right through it. Come on. Up, up. Here we go. There we go. Get the backside of this 30-second candle. We start right now. 30 seconds. Push it through. And hold. You got to break through it and hold. 15 seconds. Come on. Yeah, they can't do it. If they can't do it, you know what? It's got to pull back. All right. Here we go. Looking good. Somebody get behind that candlestick and push it up. Yeah, it's looking better and better to go right through that. All right, here we go. This is the third green candle, straight through it. Come on, powerful move. That's what we need. But there's a whole bunch of traders saying the same thing. Like, come on, break through that. If you break through that, then at least we can start going higher. We're at the bottom of the hour. That's okay. Just it's trading sideways right now. Still trying to pick up steam to get up there. Here we go. Come on. Just needs a little push. Can they do it now? Can they do it now? There you go. There's two green. That's a good sign. Good sign. Everything is going in the right direction. Oh, come on, another push. Come on, momentum. Come on, momentum. Push it up. It's just struggling right there. So what I'll do is when you least expect it, boom. I still think it is going to get there. 1, 2, 3. This will be the fourth time. The fourth time is a charm. Because they keep trying. What they'll do is it'll break through there. Then it'll come right back down. Because then everybody would say, it's breaking out. And they'll all jump in. And then it'll come right back down. There we go. See that? Just like that. All right, there's one. It's breaking it. Another 20 seconds. Come on, stay up there. Stay up there. Don't come back. Stay up there so we get the next candle, which is right now. Up. Break it. There you go. It's breaking. Breaking news. The candles have broken through the VWAP. Come on. It's just teasing everybody. That's a better one. That's a better candle. There's 30 seconds. Only thing is they could sell this right back down. Like they're doing. Let's see if we can get one more candle, one more green candle to the upside. That way we get away from the VWAP. There we go. Come on. Give me a higher high. There we go. Higher highs. Get up there now. There we go. Now, if you shorted at VWAP, guess what? It's hitting your stops. If you shorted at VWAP, your stop is most likely right where it's at now. And so you're getting taken out. And to get out, you got to buy in, which pushes it up higher. As people get to the point, though, where they're saying, oh, man, do I need to get out? Or should I move my stop up higher? They go, oh, it's coming back. It's coming back. You got 1, 2, 3 green. You got a little red, stay above the previous candle. And then maybe we get follow through. And we get up there to the 30, the 530.75. All right, another 10 seconds. Hold on there, candle. Hold on there. 10 seconds, and then let's get higher. Don't come back down. No, don't come back down. We did so much to get through VWAP. We don't want to go back down. All right, there we go. That's nice. Come on, stay above. All right, next candle. Take it up higher. Take it up higher. You knucklehead. Always hate that when it breaks. You tried so hard, and now it's coming back. But it's a 30-second or it's a 1-minute candle, so you got to wait because they could buy this back up, keep it above VWAP. All right, 30 seconds. Yeah, we're above VWAP again. There you go. There you go. Another fake out. That's why you have to wait. Okay, let's get follow through with this next candle. Come on. Come on, keep going. Yeah, there's just not enough volume. So let's see what the market has done. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. It is moving up higher now. Look at that. There you go. Come on. Get to this pivot point. Remember I said 31, 531 was a place it might pin. And maybe it gets there. All right, folks, I am probably going to cut the stream here. I did take one trade. You can see my P&L up here to the left. Did make some money today, made some money for the whole week. Ending the week good. I'll be back next week. If you have a desire, feel free to subscribe, like, come back and watch it. If you are interested in what my trades were this week, you know what? I posted them. You can watch them and see why I took certain trades. That's always a good way to learn. Hope everybody has a great weekend and stay safe. Come back and see us again on Monday. This is Chandler's Retirement Live saying, lights out.